Labas rytas visiems.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us now begin our conference. It is being also broadcast online as well. I am the coordinator of the Lithuanian Green Municipalities Network. And I'm glad to note that our network has recently joined the SMART network of coordinated municipalities. That's a pan-European network, and together we are organizing this conference. In this first conference of this type, we're going to review some of the aspects connected to digitalization, The purpose of this conference is to raise the awareness of municipalities and increase the opportunities for further training. The training sessions will begin on the 23rd of October. They will be specifically customized to the needs of municipalities. We will be offering in-depth training on the topics of digitalization so that the participants could gain the necessary skills to effectively implement and manage digital transformation projects within their municipalities. The other aim of these events is to promote European initiatives that are meant to assist municipalities in implementing their digitalization strategies, assist the municipalities in making sure that they are more aware of the resources, European resources available, such as the Living in EU, Lordimas, the municipalities' common space, as well as the online assistance service, as well as the local twins facilities, and make sure that the municipalities are aware of all these instruments available. And we will have a European expert available today to present all of these instruments. Let me now give the floor to a member of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. He also represents the parliamentary group Green Municipalities 2030, Mr. Andrius Bagdonas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, also those who are watching the broadcast of this conference. Let us launch the conference on Green Municipalities 2030, Digitalization and Sustainability Prospects. Lithuanian municipalities are entering a new stage of sustainability in pursuit of climate neutrality by 2030. This ambitious vision unites 24 municipalities of the country, which have joined the National Network of Green Municipalities, which is an initiative that originated in the Seimas in cooperation with the European Commission and local communities. Both large cities and smaller municipalities have joined the network, which has become an important tool for tackling climate change challenges. The launch of this initiative is linked to the establishment of the parliamentary group Green Municipalities 2030 in the Seimas in 2021. The launching of a national network was made possible after more than 2.5 years of discussions and cooperation with municipalities. In 2023, the memorandum on the Green Municipalities Initiative was signed, and it marked a new period that will help Lithuanian municipalities become a role model for the whole Europe. It is inspiring that municipalities are willing to collaborate and see certain prospects, and they don't need to be persuaded. They understand that this network provides an opportunity for municipalities to share experiences and discuss how to implement green solutions more effectively. I would like to take the opportunity and to thank the Lithuanian Energy Institute and Romualdas Petraitis, who administrates and coordinates the network of green municipalities. Representatives of the institute, together with experts, visited the vast majority of municipalities of the network. While visiting the municipalities, they received their feedback and learned about the problems of municipalities. The Green Deal, implemented consistently at both national and local levels, will remain an important in our agenda despite the upcoming political changes after the Seimas election this autumn. I have no doubt that this parliamentary group will be re-established. The National Green Municipalities Network is also expanding its cooperation internationally with the signing of a cooperation agreement with the Smart Cities World Congress, which holds its annual event in Barcelona, and becoming a member of the European Commission Smart Communities Network. The European Commission has recently launched a new initiative on raising awareness among communities in European Union about digitalization and preparing for sustainability. The aim of this initiative is to support communities of municipalities of the European Union that are just starting their digital transformation journey by providing resources, sharing best practices, and training for the development of digitalization strategies. The Lithuanian Green Municipalities Network participates in this initiative. I hope that this conference inspires the participants to build a sustainable Lithuania so that our municipalities be good and safe places for people to live in. And now I would like to give the floor to Antonas Nikitin, head of NGO Climate Neutral Vilnius, and he's going to talk about Sustainable Vilnius by 2030. Mission Possible.
Labai dėkoju už kvietimą dalyvauti konferencijoje.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to take part in this conference and share with you what Vilnius has been developing. As we're putting up the slides on the screen, let me just say that Vilnius' journey towards sustainability, yes, everything seems to be in order. So Vilnius' journey towards sustainability has started fairly a while ago. We have been working for the past 10 years with open data and the first attempts to develop mobile apps. This seems something quite old now. But speaking on sustainability in general and how we understand it, and how we're trying to become a more sustainable city, well, we can put it bluntly, we're not the greenest city, but we are in progress. And this is one of our slogans that assisted us in becoming one of the greenest capitals in Europe. I believe there's not a single city that has become 100% sustainable. This is like a never-ending journey. Our sustainability relies on something very simple, that is from sustainable activities to sustainable operations. In order to transform our activities, making them fully sustainable, we have to start from the first smaller steps. I don't want to talk of sustainability as an obligation to be pursued. If we speak about sustainability in general, sustainability is about the quality of life. As residents, we should speak of the quality of life, and so sustainability is a means to reach this end. And there are certainly certain goals related to achieving sustainability. And this is where we are referring to the outcomes of the climate change. Sustainability is a means of avoiding dealing with the effects of the climate change. So everything, I believe, goes back to pursuing the quality of life. As for the sustainability of Vilnius, we are pursuing the ESG model. That is, we're pursuing a holistic approach. We cannot speak about sustainability only in environmental terms, such as air pollution or the quality of infrastructure and so on. We should bear the social objectives and governance objectives in mind. As for the governance objectives, here we are focusing on the communication, closer communication with communities. We want to see the growing communication between the staff of the municipalities and the residents. Yesterday, by the way, we hosted a huge event welcoming over 70 stakeholders. We focused there on the green objectives of Vilnius and the green vision of our city. There were some very heated debates during the event, and we had to listen to some skepticism. There were people who were doubting Vilnius's ability to reach its sustainability goals. So, in the moment, we are developing certain documents. One of them is the climate change agreement as part of the EU Cities mission. We're also developing the Green City Action Plan together with the EBRD Bank. This is a wider plan that also includes the social dimension in it. And we're also working on the EU's mission, which is the adaptation to the climate change. We're trying to make sure that our city remains viable. We might say that today might be the 58th of August, since the warm summer days keep continuing into September. So that perhaps is related to the effects of climate change. So we're trying to cope with the effects of climate change through this instrument. In Lithuania, we are mainly focusing our efforts on transport and energy in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. I will look into these sectors in particular and our efforts in those particular sectors to demonstrate our initiatives towards reaching climate neutrality. As for the greenhouse gas emissions in the transport sector, we hope that by 2030 we will reach a balance in our mobility strategy. We want to reduce the number of people driving their vehicles and increase the number of public transport passengers. In 2017, every second journey was taken by a car, and about 24% of the trips were taken by foot. So far, we are doing better in terms of public transport and bicycle riding, but when it comes to green transformation, we have to focus on striking the right balance between the different modes of transportation. We hope that by 2030, we will no longer have public transport run by fossil fuel, and hopefully public transport will be run by electric vehicles and vehicles that are alternatively fueled. We're looking forward to achieving 23.4 kilometers of additional A-lines developed in our transport infrastructure. This is a major goal. As for the bicycles network, we hope that the network of bicycle lanes or bicycle paths will be completed. And we see that the investments in developing the network of bicycle tracks definitely pays off, especially where the length of this network increases threefold. And we don't even need to take seasonality into account in order to see the cost effectiveness of the investment in this kind of infrastructure. And as for the transformation of the streets, which is also part of our bike track network, we also see that our loop traffic in the Old Town proved its worth. We also see some positive results related to those streets that had been transformed into quiet roads. They have become at least 50% safer for pedestrians and bike riders, and they're definitely more pleasant for our residents. We're also cooperating on different European projects, and those projects assist us in having a different understanding in our approaches. And the projects that I'm referring to are namely Green Me 5 and Just Streets. They provide us an opportunity to share best practices with our partners. It's a mutual exchange of experience when it comes to these projects, and we're working on the engagement of society and local communities as much as possible. As for the street standard, it has been at the focus of public debate, especially in the pre-election campaign. Vibrant streets is certainly something that we have to bear in mind and seek. We have to have a better understanding of the heat waves and the consequences of the rainwater. So we have to focus on these issues and deal with them today in order to avoid worse consequences in the future. And we have to understand that our streets should not be earmarked for a single mode of transportation. They should be made available for everyone to move along them and to provide the opportunity for establishing better social connections there as well. We've certainly learned a number of valuable lessons which enabled us to understand how to better receive data that could be of help for us in improving our activities. So we're using mobile phone operator data in order to learn of the travel matrix of our residents. This helps us to observe the movement of people in the city, understand the needs for the movement of our residents, and take accordingly necessary decisions. We also have many sensors installed. Many of them are meant for monitoring the movement of pedestrians, not only vehicles. We're also focusing on electric vehicles. Among the innovations that proved to be very effective was the installation of charging stations. It is often the case where electric vehicles are being charged next to their homes, so we do see the need in expanding the network of these charging stations. As for the heating sector, we're also working on our goal to transform the heating sector by 2030 so that we no longer use fossil fuels in the sector. We are working on waste heat recovery for our energy purposes, and we're also testing the possibilities of district cooling during summertime. As for renovation of residential housing, some municipalities are ahead of us in this respect. And we are trying to speed up the process of renovation so that the older residential buildings are becoming more up-to-date and more adapted to the modern life. We believe that the trend to reduce state support for the renovation is not a very positive and motivating one if we want to achieve climate-related goals. As for the installment of the solar power plants, we are trying to use electricity more efficiently and use it from renewable sources, and so there are 318 municipalities that are using solar energy. And we want to make sure that we produce 100% of our electricity from renewables, so there is still some room for improvement in this respect. As for the water, and this sector in particular, we can definitely enjoy this gift of nature. We have a very qualitative subsurface water, but we hope that by 2032 our Vilniaus Vandenys will become an independent company, and it will no longer be dependent on external energy sources. Hopefully, we will be able to focus on better secondary use of treated water. Looking at the green spaces in the city, we have to say that 61% of the territory of Vilnius is pure nature, and the majority of Vilnius residents live within 300 meters of the green spaces. To increase sustainability in this respect, we are looking into the mowing of grasslands in a more sustainable way, something that also was part of some very heated public debates. Lower mowing rates bring some tremendous positive results, and this is about sustainable mowing of grasslands. The green wave is meant at protecting the existing greenery, and so we're planning to plant about 100,000 new trees, 10 million new shrubs, and 300,000 new vines. A tremendous number of new greenery to be introduced in the city. We quite recently organized the planting of the greenery in our municipality, and we appreciate the engagement of local residents in this process, because it only takes up to 20 minutes for them to cooperate on the planting of thousands of shrubs, and people seem to enjoy this process. So we're looking forward to further planting waves. Now, if we were to talk about the lungs of the city and how we measure the air quality of the city, in other words, we have to say that we have 34 different centers across the city, which help us in monitoring the air quality and pollen concentrations, because we have to monitor pollen coming from other countries, not only pollen that is concentrated in our territory alone. The data received via our sensors is open and free, and we are trying to expand our current capabilities and find ways to better cooperate among the different departments of our municipality. Let's say, make sure that our health sector of the city is able to retrieve the information on air quality and so on. Surface water or excess surface water is another challenge that we need to address. We are modernizing our structure to deal with the stormwater storage. And this is a part of our infrastructure where we store our stormwater. It enables us to treat that water, and it also makes sure that we are better equipped to treat as much of that water as possible. As for waste treatment, Vilnius is very well positioned compared to other European cities. Lately, we have been focusing a lot on reducing waste in landfills and sorting food waste. And we do see a further need to continue developing our efforts in food waste sorting area. We provide over 250 digital services to our residents. People are able to get those services without leaving their home. We have a lot of open data that contribute to the production of various products, and we participate in hackathons where the data can be used by people. We're trying to engage people by reporting on the issues that they observe in the city, be it some street defects or fallen trees or anything that people are willing to report to us. And we are planning further measures to make sure that we engage more and more of our residents and receive necessary feedback from them. And as I have mentioned, Vilnius has become the European Green Capital. We are taking over the title from Valencia. This incentivizes us to further improve the urban sustainability in different areas by focusing especially on climate change, biodiversity, governance. And this is the part where we are looking forward to greater communication, involvement with local communities, where we would be focusing on everything that is related to ensuring greater sustainability and green transformation. Whenever I think of sustainability, I believe that this is not a one-sided process, and that everything should start not only from municipality. We should all work together as a community. Only then can we achieve sustainability-related goals and address sustainability-related consequences, so to say. And we're working together to build the greenest city possible. Thank you very much.
Dėkoju, Antoni.
Thank you, Anton, for your presentation, for telling us about what's happening in Vilnius and about the future plans in Vilnius to achieve climate neutrality. And now I would like to give the floor to Teresa Škutaitė, head of the Green Tech Hub and Lithuanian Innovation Agency, and she's going to talk about investing in sustainable production technologies. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. Good morning once again. And I would like to begin with the fact why it is important to talk about production in this conference, because production industry is a driver of our economy, and in quite a few municipalities, production industry provides a lot of economic benefits. However, Currently, we are facing a variety of challenges. Therefore, it is very important that businesses, scientists, and industry talked and collaborated in order to achieve climate neutrality. I would like to start with the fact that shows that to compensate for the production industry's CO2 emissions, which amounts to more than 2,000 tons, it would take approximately 38 million trees over 10 years to absorb this amount of carbon. Therefore, we need to take certain measures and invest into technologies that would help to achieve climate neutrality. As I said, Lithuanian manufacturing industry is a driver of our economy, and it contributes significantly to our GDP and generates more than 12% of the country's GDP. And it's a catalyst for regions, and it's a great area to create and apply innovation and technological excellence. Therefore, when we think about the transformation of our industry, we need to think holistically and to think about climate neutrality and transforming our economy, which would focus on competitiveness, and only by ensuring investments, digitalization, and decarbonization of the sectors, we can achieve these whole goals. More on statistics. As I said, manufacturing sector in Lithuania has both economic and environmental impact, and on the right, you can see the major sectors which generates greenhouse emissions. In Lithuania, especially in certain municipalities, we have certain branches of industries which use a lot of fossil fuel and energy and have an environmental impact. And this is a problem for all of us. And there are technologies and investment into technologies that are the solutions to solve these problems. And I really liked the idea of our first presenter that sustainability does not have to be implemented for the sake of implementing it, but it has very concrete benefits for our country, meaning competitiveness of our economy, energy independence, and sustainability, which has become increasingly important over the last years, technological innovations, innovations in science, and of course, regional development of our country. Because active and competitive industry can ensure that our municipalities would be vibrant and would attract many families. Of course, we have certain regulatory commitments. Our agenda is quite ambitious because by 2025 we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 100% compared to 1990s. And our national agenda also aims to achieve some very ambitious goals. So we have ambitious commitments and we have also opportunities, and there are the most relevant regulatory documents which will be critical in transformation of our industry. And I would like to focus on Net Zero Industry Act and the Critical Raw Materials Act. Even though there are many limitations and rules regarding certain areas These regulatory documents talk about strengthening our industry through the climate technology. Net Zero Industry Act brought new opportunities for businesses. Today the situation is difficult because we are competing when it comes to climate technologies, and unfortunately Europe is losing this game because other countries all over the world have bypassed us when it comes to these technologies. This Net Zero Act brings these changes to our systems, and in order to achieve our competitiveness, we need more investitions for strategic projects to facilitate growth of the sector. And technological development and upskilling the employees will also help to achieve our goals in implementing the agenda. Industrial transformation is a very complex process, and it will involve many stakeholders, and there are many companies facing a variety of challenges. As I said, certain industry sectors are highly dependent on fossil fuels, and it's difficult for them to reduce their emissions, and they're not willing to adopt innovations. Of course, companies also face financial obstacles. Because the innovations can be expensive, however, they will pay off in long term because they will help to ensure the long-term competitiveness of our companies. The Innovation Agency focuses on a green and clearer industry, and we have several areas of focus in our agency. We consult businesses, we help to develop their competences, and administer financing tools aimed at technological transformation. But financing is not the only step that encourages the processes of transformation. Because in order to achieve innovation, we need mostly intersectoral cooperation. Therefore, we have recently opened a green experiment promotes, and we have allocated almost 8 million euros to 18 companies that develop innovative, environmentally friendly products and technologies from waste. We wanted to encourage businesses to collaborate and create new products. Another important source of funding is EU Modernization Fund. It's an important source of financing, and it consists of funds by companies who participate in emissions trading scheme. And this EU Modernization Fund is a source that I would like to encourage municipalities to pay attention to. And this year, in November, we're going to launch a instrument for financing the industrial decarbonization strand to foster investments in technologies that increase energy efficiency and reduce the negative environmental impact of economic activities. And it will focus on innovation in cleaner production, digitalization, modernization, optimization, and automation of production processes. And these instruments are usually aimed to major companies, but in this case, this call will be open, and a variety of companies will be eligible to participate, and our total budget will amount to 42 million euros. And I would like to ask the representatives of municipalities to talk about this upcoming instrument. So we encourage companies to participate and invest into technologies. When we talk about our financial instruments, they often sound complicated, and companies usually think they lack technological skills. However, the first round of meetings showed that investments into this industry don't have to be necessarily complicated. So please follow the news and participate in our program. I talked about the green experiment, which also already took place, but we implement a variety of activities. In 2025, we will have another instrument which is called If Industry for energy efficiency. After the first and very successful green experiment, we're planning to improve it and to run it once again. And we have invitation to develop products that have high added value. And of course, we also focus on digitalization that help us to achieve our goals. And I would like to tell that we also work with the European digital innovation hubs, and your companies can address those centers in order to get consultations. And to sum up, even though advanced industry has always been a focus point in our innovation industry, we decided to launch Green Tech Hub, which will focus on green technologies and promote the uptake, development, and diffusion of green innovations to accelerate the transition of companies towards a climate-neutral economy. This hub was launched recently and already contributed to quite a few activities. And we mostly work with enhancing competencies, facilitation of innovation that are required in the market. We promote internationality. We help to find partners for international projects. And we also help with the networking. And we are the one-stop shop to help your business to obtain the necessary financing to achieve climate neutrality and competitiveness goal. We operate on the one-stop shop principle, so please do not hesitate to contact us. Thank you.
Dėkoju Teresei Škutaitei, kuri pristatė
Thank you, Ms. Škutaitė, for presenting the opportunities provided by the Lithuanian Innovation Agency to us. So thank you very much. And let me now introduce Mr. Audrius Kliušonis. He is the mayor of Plungė municipality and president of the Lithuanian Municipalities Association, to tell us about the ways towards sustainability at municipalities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Andrius. This is a topic that has been discussed within the Parliament for quite some time now. It's a very topical issue, and the presentations that we have already heard, I believe we've all been impressed by the sustainability efforts pursued by Vilnius. Not all of the residents are positive about all of these innovations, but if we want to seek sustainability, it is not only industry, transport, and other sectors that need to change, but also the mindsets of our residents. This is the main precondition to change the narrative and change the thinking while seeking sustainability and green goals. There are definitely several aims of ours that are sustainability related. They are all outlined on this line. We are following these documents that defined our sustainability efforts. Certainly, every smaller unit within the state has to pursue its own tasks if we want to reach together the ultimate goal, which is sustainability. By 2030, we are trying to reduce by 21% the greenhouse gas emissions. This is quite a lot, especially if we compare with 2005. We're trying to increase the uptake of renewables by 55% in the energy sector. This requires some complex measures to be installed, and one measure to achieve this will not be enough. As for the plans of the municipality, we have quite a few of them, and there are different measures available. First of all, we have the action plan for the development of renewables, the sustainable mobility plan. We have the energy efficiency program for residential housing. We have neighborhood renovation program, and we have the sustainable energy action plan and the climate strategy. Each of these instruments merit some separate attention, but there are certain goals certain obstacles that we need to overcome in pursuing our objectives. Despite those obstacles, those that might also be created by ourselves, we are pursuing with our efforts nevertheless, bearing in mind the ambitious plans that we have. As for the energy communities, targeting the reduction of energy deficiency, that's a very important instrument that we are using. Unfortunately, in this regard, we do lack some clarity. Despite the intensive efforts of the municipality with the Ministry of Energy, we still have many more questions than answers to them. We have over 206 million euros earmarked to implementing this instrument. And so we do lack some clarity in implementing it. The information that we receive from the Ministry of Energy and other stakeholders is very often conflicting. During this summer alone, for instance, municipalities did not gain more information, more clarity in this respect. And so we need to focus on better legal regulation by introducing greater clarity in it. So far, with the instruments that we have, the 60 municipalities in Lithuania might be dealing with 60 different situations, something that we wouldn't like to see. That's not the aim of our country as a whole. As for the renovation of the residential housing, during the renovation wave we were seeking to renovate up to 1,000 residential buildings throughout the year. We see a growing tendency. There was a dip within 1 year, but all of the instruments available in this sector, they all have their expiration dates, because the things that have been done yesterday might not achieve the same result during a different period of time. So there's a need for greater flexibility in this area. We have more problematic residential buildings. We have those that are not as torn and as needing greater renovation efforts. We tend to hear the complaints that the renovation is too costly and that there are people who cannot afford to renovate their houses. So these are just some of the issues that should force us to join our heads together and think about the solutions that would be available in this regard, because there are certainly some of those residential buildings that are not eligible for renovation. So we have to think of the solutions. We see that the residential buildings are the ones that consume district heating the most. And so the issues in this sector are not addressed as effectively as we would like it to be. Energy communities are not as popular so far as we would like it to be. The capacity of reserve networks is something that we should also focus, because due to the shortage of energy resources, not all of the energy parks have a chance to deal with the accessibility issues that they might encounter. And so certain political decisions might help in addressing those reserve-related issues, and I hope that Litgrid and other operators will unite in seeking the same seeking the same goal. And we do see that the breakthrough in the development of the solar energy now results in reduced price of solar panels, and hopefully this could contribute to the increase of production of solar energy by residents and smaller stakeholders. But some reserve power related issues produce certain obstacles in this respect as well. we talked about the renovation of residential buildings, but we shouldn't forget that the need to renovate public houses is also quite huge, but there are no resources earmarked to that end. So we're forced to deal with a certain paradox. Everything is being put on the shoulders of municipalities, and bearing in mind the loan limits of municipalities, renovation of some of the public buildings such as schools, libraries, the administration of municipalities, after all, without the assistance of European funds, is not that easy to do, because we then are forced to rely on our loan limits, and so more flexibility and more reasoning is needed in order to achieve greater breakthrough in terms of renovation of public buildings. We've heard the presentation about Vilnius municipality and the tremendous things that they have been doing here in this municipality. I had a chance to learn more about the activities pursued by this municipality, and they are adopting a holistic approach towards their sustainability goals. It's not only about planting more greenery or introducing different instruments, and this holistic approach is something that gives a positive result. And so Vilnius and Tauragė are among the top greenest cities in Lithuania. We do see a certain breakthrough of the city of Tauragė. So we can conclude that if local politicians do have some very good intentions, a certain breakthrough can definitely be achieved. But like has been said before, engaging with local communities is very important, and this is not a matter of local communities alone. We know that the media, the television are very convincing and persuasive. So in order to shape the opinions, we have to focus a great deal on that. When we teach our children to sort waste in the kindergartens, we can expect some good outcome out of this teaching process, because we can expect that the child after the kindergarten or school will come back to teach his or her parents to do the same. Likewise, within the municipalities, we should be more flexible in seeking different measures to achieve the same effect. And as for sorting per se, we are definitely moving in the right direction, but we have not achieved the rate that we would have liked it to be right now. Here we can see the scoreboard, the environmental scoreboard of municipalities. Yes, this is not a homogeneous map. It's quite colorful, but we can see that not only the largest municipalities are in the lead on this map. Because this means that both bigger and smaller municipalities with their activities can achieve a similar effect, irrespective of the size of the municipality, which also incentivizes other municipalities which are lower on this list. Another scoreboard measuring the development of sustainable energy within municipalities demonstrates that quite a few municipalities are in the lead, mainly those that have implemented solar panel parks.
but we shouldn't neglect other municipalities such as Anykščiai municipality. So we do see a move forward, addressing certainly some legal and technical issues would definitely achieve a greater breakthrough. But perhaps I should end with that and thank the organizers of the conference. You know, sometimes you want to feel like you're not alone, that you're part of a team. And so that we can appreciate the results that we have achieved jointly and be able to express the needs to achieve a greater breakthrough. Thank you.
Dėkoju.
Thank you, Audrius Glišonis, for presenting the situation in municipalities and for highlighting the problems. And I would like to give the floor to Romualdas Petraitis. Before the coffee break, I would like to invite everyone for a family photo. So please come over there and let's take a family photo.
Tai dabar prašom kavos, pabendrauti ir
Eterį nereikia mums.
pradėsime toliau transliaciją 11:20. Tęsime toliau mūsų konferencijos darbą ir padarysime.
Let us continue our work, and I would like to invite Mr. Ignacio Garcia Vega for his presentation. The floor is yours.
So thank you, everyone. Welcome. Sorry, I don't speak Lithuanian, so I didn't have time to learn it, but I hope you can understand my message. And I would like to thank everyone for making the time. So we have a mandate from the European Commission to widespread and increase the awareness about the use of technologies for achieving the Green Deal goals. So all the sustainability goals that we have been talking about today, what I'm going to do is to guide you a little bit through the European initiatives that can help you as well to begin this journey. So this is the mandate that we have from the European Commission, from DG Connect, so increasing awareness and readiness. Then there will be also supporting initiatives that will help you to scale up also the digital infrastructure. So we are not only talking about the strategy, we are also talking about implementation and deployment of technologies that will help you to achieve these goals. And as one of the endpoints is to promote the use of local digital twins. And during today, I would like to guide through three main steps. So the first one is, okay, what is a digital twin and why it's so important in order to make decisions towards sustainability goals. Then there are a lot of things going on, but how do I start my journey? This is step 2. And then step 3 is, how do I build my roadmap for the next 5-6 years in order to achieve 2030 goals? So it is clear that, and thanks because all the previous speakers were introducing the Green Deal goals, so it is clear that we need to achieve sustainable goals altogether. It's a joint effort from all the municipalities, not only from Lithuania, but at the European level. And the digital transformation goes along with it. There are many technologies already available. We have seen these days that artificial intelligence is growing. The adoption of IoT sensors, of artificial intelligence, of a metaverse is really growing, and the technology is already there, is available for all of us. But how does it help us to achieve the sustainable goals, no? So then is when the concept of digital twin came in. It's not a new concept. It's something that started 30 years ago with simulations for industrial use cases, for construction. And a local digital twin at the end of the day is a copy of the real world in a digital world, where we can simulate assets, systems, and processes. I could talk a lot about it, but I found this example from Madrid. We did this same event in Madrid last week, and the municipality of Madrid was showing this video, and I think it explained it very well. So we will play it for minutes, and there are subtitles in Lithuanian as well for you.
Welcome to Madrid Digital Capital, the digital strategy for a smart, sustainable, human, and adaptable city. A friendlier, more accessible, and inclusive city that uses the latest technologies to improve the quality and management of services for citizens, businesses, and visitors. We all have a role to play in building a city that is more efficient, greener, and digital, with a better quality of life and well-being. To achieve this, and with the collaboration of all of us, we have developed the digital transformation strategy, Madrid Digital Capital, which includes a series of cross-cutting transformative projects. One of these projects is the Digital Twin, a virtual representation of the city that combines various technologies such as IoT, artificial intelligence, 2D, 3D representation, and data-advanced semantic models. It aims to achieve a holistic digital vision of the city in real time to improve the services provided policy planning from design to development and implementation, simulation and evaluation of the state of infrastructure, and operational functioning of the city's own services. It is not a single twin. It is a twin of twins. A distributed, interoperable, open, federated, decentralized, and scalable ecosystem of smart city applications to facilitate the integration of multiple data sources and formats designed by all and for all. A live development that will progressively reproduce the city, its movements, dynamics, and infrastructures to create virtual scenarios that will allow multiple applications, such as the analysis of any structure and the execution of simulations to evaluate its integrity and optimal maintenance. It is also used to manage the security of any sporting event or show, both in the venue itself and on the surrounding streets and accesses. Other public events that take place in the streets of the city can be monitored to ensure both the celebration of the event itself and the safety and well-being of the participants, optimizing management and improving the planning of future editions. By integrating estimates and predictive models, it is possible to compare different sustainable urban planning strategies or to show the location of unique buildings and trees, integrating historical data, real-time sensors or 3D modeling, and visualization and BIM models. It also makes it possible to obtain information from various intelligent image capture systems by using an artificial vision technology that recognizes and collects traffic signs, street furniture, and other equipment, analyzing their condition and use. This architecture is already deployed, and different applications are being developed to test and evaluate the capabilities of this twin of twins. The twin complements, enriches, and is an integral part of the projects, focused on providing intelligence to the city through the intensive use of data, the energy needed to drive the transformation, and a fair, green, digital, and social transition. Internet of Things devices collect data from the environment and provide it to the twin itself. An adaptive city with its virtual replica in the digital twin, with a comprehensive operations center to merge the real and virtual worlds and respond in real time to adjust the city and its services to the characteristics and situations of each moment and each person.
So it is a good example, but again, it's a champion, right? It's one of the leaders in the digital transformation. I think the important message here is to understand a little bit what's the value of this technology. And I really like when Anton, for example, was talking about planting trees in Vilnius. And what about if we could simulate first? We take data, we take informed decisions based on evidence, and then we execute. No? Sometimes what we have been doing during the last decades is we experiment, we see if it works or not, small pilots, and then if possible, then we expand it. No? So this technology can help to experiment, innovate, and not only in big cities, but also in smaller communities. And I will explain now what are those initiatives that can help a little bit this initiative. So I think we all identify some of the use cases: urban planning, asset management, transportation, cycling, for example, and pedestrian planning. No? Vilnius was talking about it before, how to tackle with facility management. But in order to be able to replicate a virtual digital twin, a virtual replica of the city, we need a lot of data. So every single use case, you need to gather a lot of data. So it's very important to have in place a data space or data that can enable you to take decision. And also very important in yellow, it involves a lot of departments. It's not only that the transportation department of your municipality works on one strategy. It will require information and data and synergies with a lot of departments. And this is quite a challenge, we know, but it's the way that we can uptake this technology. It's very important that we start thinking about gathering data, because data is the new soil for urban management. And this is the basics, no? And then this comes to the second step, no? And I'm thinking more on these small municipalities. I think in Lithuania you have 60 Romualdas, 60 municipalities. The digital maturity of the different municipalities is quite different. So there are some leaders like Vilnius or Turec, but there are some others that are a little bit behind because of resources, because of still you need to work on it, on your digital strategy. But so I want to explain from a practical way how you can start your journey, how you can start planning, and what are the resources that the European Commission is providing to you to start this journey. The first one is where I am right now in the digitalization process. So there is a tool called Lordimas. We invite you to complete it. It's totally free. It has been developed during the last 4 years. It's a digital maturity assessment that you can all do through a questionnaire, and it allows you to monitor where you are in the digital journey. And not only that, it also allows you to compare and share best practices. This is a tool that has been developed and led by the European Commission with a lot of European initiatives like Eurocities, ERIN, and all, or OASC. So it's a condensed work during 4 years to come into a condensed, very easy assessment that is based on 7 dimensions: governance, service design, data management, interoperability, that is also very important, service delivery, technology, networking. So you will have different questions on those dimensions to evaluate your digital maturity. But it's not only that. You can also compare. So you have access to a dashboard in where you can see other municipalities where they are. You can share best practices as well. So, for example, Vilnius has a good example on planting trees with the community. They can share these best practices and how they did it digitally, and then everyone can inspire others. That is also very useful for helping answering some general questions for strategy management. Is my city above or below the EU median? How do I rank compared to other similar sized cities? Is the dimension of my city over or underperforming compared to the median? No? So you can have like this picture in where is your starting point. And it's very easy. So just to guide you, and we will have some more insights after this event, because we will train to all those municipalities that want to take part of Lordimas. It's very simple. You go online. You have you just click on explore if you want just to look into the tool, or you click into participate if you really want to complete the questionnaire. You can do it offline or online independently. So if you need to gather information from different departments, you can do it offline, and then you can upload the answers to the questions. It's very easy. You have this dashboard where you can explore which cities in Europe has been fulfilling this information. Sadly, in Lithuania, there is no single municipality that has been responding to this questionnaire, so we invite you to take this exercise. It's very simple. It can be done in between 1 hour to 3-4 hours if you have the right people in place. And then you can decide how to publish this information. So you will see, and if you go now to Lordimas after this event or during the event, you will see there is a lot of communities that has answered already. We have almost 100 from different countries in Europe. And you can also explore a little bit what are the best practices in different locations around Europe. So there are examples, for example, how Helsinki did an ecosystem for co-creation of digital twins, for example, or there are several examples that you can follow And this is kind of the dashboard that you will see. The indicator scoring on the different areas, and then you will see whether in those areas you are digital native or emerging, or you need to still invest. So it will help you to prioritize within your strategy which are the areas where you need to invest. So this is the website. It's lordimat.espon.eu. It's an initiative that is within Living in EU movement. We will see later as well what is this movement, and we will invite you. And we invite you all to participate. And if we will have some training sessions after this session, so in 1.5 months. If you go through this process, we will be able to also assess you in how to complete. If you have any doubt, if you have any question, we will help you to complete this journey. So once we have the picture, we go to step number 3, right? So I know where I am, but how do I move forward? And this is the step 3. This is the digital transformation journey. I think today we talk about several use cases. I noted down, for example, about planting trees, about the bike lanes in Vilnius, about also net zero industries. So there are many, many initiatives, but within your digital transformation as well, you need to have a lot of concepts. It's not only to do a vertical, like providing sensors for monitoring air quality. You need to take into account data compliance. You need to take into account networking issues. You need to take into account storage, reliability of data. So there are many, many, many things that have to be in place in order to prepare your digital transformation strategy. The European Commission has standardized the procedure in order to help you to prepare a complete digitalization roadmap for the next 6 years. This initiative is being tested right now with 150 cities around Europe. You have on the bottom of this slide, and we will distribute the slides to you as well, how you can express your interest in participating in this journey. Because you will have one city guiding agent working with you. We will select several Lithuanian municipalities. I know already some of you have shown interest in this initiative. Starting from Lordimas, from the picture, we have standardized the strategy, the overall digital vision and strategy. We have standardized as well how to look into your IT infrastructure. So what do you need to have in place in order to build new technologies in your digital roadmap? And with this information, we can provide to you a standardized roadmap for the next 6 years. And not only that, also procurement support. So templates in order to procure the different technologies that are compliant with all the regulations at EU level and interoperability requirements. So this is an example. It's an online platform, very easy to use. You have to have the right people in place to complete this assessment. It's like a game. So you go stage by stage, and at the end of the journey, you receive this kind of roadmap. It's a document of more than 50 pages, standardized also during the last 2-3 years with the European Commission, where you will find different initiatives in governance, architecture, device management, integration and operability, data, infrastructure like storage, computer network, or security. So this is like the first part, what you have to have in place during the first 2-3 years. Then once you have all the infrastructure, the foundation we call it, you can implement your digital platform. Is where we build the different applications, the different use cases, the local digital twin technologies, the metaverse technologies. So you have the foundation, and then on top of that, you try to expand and accelerate as well with the community the use of this technology. So very important. At this moment, is fully funded by the European Commission, so you don't have to pay anything to receive this support from the European Commission. One of the main benefits of participating is that you will have your digital strategy for the next 6 years aligned with the European standards and best practices. We will identify also what are the elements that you need to procure in order to begin to implement, and you will receive tailored advisory services to prepare the next steps. In order to complete it, it is important to have in place also different expertise within your municipality. It is very important to have the strategy and decision-making bodies, the innovation manager or the departments that are really willing to move forward with the digitalization strategy, and then thematic experts, transport, environment, energy, etc. Then it's important to involve also the IT department, because they have the knowledge about the infrastructure that you have in place and the one that you will like to have. And then the procurement department, because we are also going to work on the procurement on this step to be prepared to deploy the different solutions after all. And this is the last initiative that I want to present to you. So what I have explained is like the preparation phase, but the European Commission is also supporting the implementation phase. They are doing this through the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium. It is called Cityverse EDIC. You will see at this moment we have different member states who have signed and are part of this EDIC. I would like to invite openly Lithuania, also the ministries, and you can do it from the different municipalities to push a little bit to be part of this initiative that will be kick off on the 4th of November in Valencia, in Spain. And they are going to provide common services, not only strategies, but also infrastructure. So municipalities, you don't have to invest in very expensive IT infrastructure. The European Commission will provide resources to deploy large-scale projects related to new technologies, artificial intelligence, local digital twins, or metaverse. And this common European infrastructure will be available to all those communities that are willing to move forward in their digital infrastructure. So it is a good moment to widespread a little bit the word and to invite you also to follow and see if at some point Lithuania will be interested in joining. And finally, one of those initiatives that will be within the Cityverse is the European Local Digital Twin Toolbox. So there will be, it's a marketplace in which you will find also open source solutions to deploy your digital twins. It is important. So basically the European Commission is bringing together a lot of initiatives for those communities that are willing to move forward in their digitalization strategy. And they are not looking only to the big champions, they are looking also to those smaller communities without enough resources to move forward in order to help you and to invest in the digital transformation and sustainable and achieving the sustainable goals that we have already mentioned before in the previous pitches, right? So this will be from my side. I will be happy to have questions afterwards about this initiative. If you need some support from my side, some guidance, we are here until the end of the conference. So we are happy to guide you through these initiatives. And I think now I give you the word.
Ar turite klausimų pranešėjui?
Would there be any questions to our presenter at this point?
Galima pagalvoti, mes turėsim.
Certainly you can take some time and think about those questions. We will have a Q&A session. In that case, let us move on and give the floor to the next keynote speaker, who will tell us about the green digital transformation at municipalities. And here to present us this We will now give the floor to Dr. Artūras Jakubavičius from the Lithuanian Innovation Center. Thank you very much. I was informed that we're about to have lunch, so I'll not take much of your time. I will inform you about the European Digital Innovation Hub services and the potential for digital and green transformation of municipalities. So we can discuss, we can start from discussing what municipalities are. Is it about the building where the administration is located, or is it about people and everything else that can be found in the municipality? We can all admit that winter is inevitable, and the same could be said about greening and innovation. So the question is, who, when, and where? We always want to cover everything and all, and we tend to start from there where we cannot seek any effectiveness. So in municipalities, we deal with a number of different issues. And if we take, let's say, Panevėžys, Šiauliai, or any other district, we can see that the problems in different municipalities vary. Certainly, there are some very good examples, but each municipality must decide what is best for them. When we want, as municipality, to take a decision, we must first of all rely on the data available. We will soon move to the digital transformation of municipalities, but let me begin from what the Innovation Agency has said, referring to the CO2 emissions. But I would have to say that there are 3 companies that are mainly in charge of our CO2 emissions. If we shut down those 3 major companies, we will no longer emit CO2. So, in other words, we don't have to invest a great deal everywhere in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. In general, I'm talking about the decision whether to do something or not. Be it energy communities, being development, building of solar panels on our rooftops, we have to first of all ask ourselves whether or not it is worthwhile investing in one or other solution. So let us move on to the process of digitalization. Probably accounting is being done virtually by every municipality. Has the digitalization reached a certain level? Have we moved across the 3 levels of digital transformation, that is, from digitization to digitalization to ultimately digital transformation? Well, we have to look in each and our municipality and the results we produce there. We've seen the example of Madrid, but if we were to look about European efforts with regards to digitization, we see that there are different hubs. There are digital innovation hubs that provide consulting and facilitate digitalization services. And there are also European digital innovation hubs that are working within a single network that are funded from the European funds. There's even a website for such a hub. We have 430 of such hubs available in Europe in total, with 9 of them being in Lithuania. 205 out of all of those hubs, they're purely European. They're working on artificial intelligence, on supercomputers, on cybersecurity, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, Lithuania has 3 innovation hubs. As for the benefits for municipalities of these hubs, we are first of all talking about the information and data, and not diagnosis, so to say, because each municipality can be measured in terms of its digital maturity. Municipalities cannot promote digitalization if they're not digitized themselves. So we have to establish contacts, share best practices. We have to organize field trips in order to learn from best practices. So it's all about the different training for different levels of specialists, and certainly a search for funding. There are certainly enough funds available for the greening processes. And we're talking not only about the European structural funds. Europe as well has a number of different initiatives engaging municipalities in different pilot projects and trials that are mainly related to the maintenance of software that they use. So municipalities can definitely have an opportunity to make use of the different stakeholders, including businesses, because if businesses continue to digitize themselves within a particular municipality, this will benefit the municipality as well. Now, if we look at the situation in Lithuania in general, as I have said, there are three digitalization hubs. One of them is coordinated by the Lithuanian Innovation Center, presented by me. Another one is coordinated by Kaunas University of Technology, and the third one is coordinated by the Sunrise Valley Science and Technology Park. Some of those hubs are more oriented towards health sector or transport sector. So to write to find the necessary expert is up to the municipality, and we should mention that these are our partners, not competitors, who are establishing these hubs. These hubs do not compete against each other, rather they complement one another. The European Digitalization and Innovation Hub is one that is mainly working on industry and processing, on life sciences, on education, on aeronautics. And let me go back to my initial slide, which speaks of the difference between digital transformation and green transformation. And it says that all things are poison and nothing is without poison. The dosage alone makes it so, as the thing is not a poison. So you might be investing in your digitalization processes and investing a lot, but if you will not ensure compatibility between the different solutions, you will not achieve your final result. Digitalization is a process that lasts up to 15 years. If you purchase a particular system, that system might become outdated the next day. So you have to find the ways how to ensure the transferability of data in time. In order to ensure greening and digitalization, we have to know what we want, be able to achieve what we want, and be aware of what we want. So we have to be aware of our opportunities, we have to have the capabilities to achieve the things that we want, and we have to have knowledge as to how we can achieve that. Once you enter particular data in order to learn your diagnosis, that is the situation that is within your municipality. You will be able to learn what's the situation in your municipality, but this also gives you a chance to compare yourself with others that are in a similar situation in terms of digital maturity. And as for the use of the Innovation Hub, it gives you a chance to share expertise, because this means that you will have a person within your municipality that maintains contact with the Innovation Hub and shares with you the specific knowledge that you need to have in your digitalization process. And so it's up to these experts to make the next decisions on your digitalization development path. And certainly, knowledge-based decisions is what matters the most. We should not resort to Googling alone when taking certain decisions. Services provided by digital innovation hubs are free of charge, which is a major plus for municipalities when planning their decisions. So we should simply use those services. So much like with a pharmacies, where we have to get help from our local pharmacist before we fall ill, the same can be said about the innovation hubs. We should seek assistance from the innovation hubs before we encounter certain problems. So I will end at that. I hope I managed with my time and I can answer any questions that you may have at this point. Thank you. There be any questions for Artūras?
Jeigu neturim klausimų, tada einam.
If no, then let's have our lunch and continue with our communication. Since we are moving fast with our agenda, let's come back in 40 minutes so that we could finish earlier today. And enjoy your lunch.
Tęsiame toliau konferencijos darbą ir kviečiu.
Let us continue our conference, and I would now like to give the floor to Associate Professor Mr. Varshinskas, representative of Kaunas Technological University, to discuss circular economy and sustainability in the city. Yes, please. Visvaldas, the floor is yours.
Taip, mėly kolegos, tai turbūt.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I can see that most of us are here and we can continue our conference. As I was introduced, I am Visvaldas Varshinskas. I am from Kaunas. I'm a representative of Kaunas University of Technology. I'm a head of Center for Packaging Innovation and Research. And I would like to share my knowledge and experience as a researcher. For 8 years, I've been a member of the Kaunas City Council. I was a member of the Commission of Strategic Development. I worked in a commission or committee of city urban planning, and we prepared guidelines for European cities moving towards circular economy. And today, I would like to share my knowledge, experience, and give you certain references where to look for information, because when we look at the European strategic documents, sometimes they are very difficult to interpret at the level of municipalities, because there's a certain gap between global challenges and municipal affairs. And we have those big documents and we have those small municipalities. I'm going to talk about little bridges that would help to translate those big ideas into our municipalities. First of all, I would like to say that I'm going to talk about circular economy. I will not go into digitalization, but let's talk about circular economy. It's an effective use of resources and energy, and we teach our students that it's impossible to operate a system if you don't measure and monitor it. We talk about a variety of things, so let's identify a common denominator. And why do we talk about cities when we talk about circular economy? Because more than a half of world's people live in cities. They consume 70% of all energy. They use up materials, energy. They have transport systems. They face congestion problems. They consume a lot of water. They generate pollution and emit 70% of all greenhouse gas. That's why cities are very important when we talk about circular economy, environmental protection, and climate change. What is circular economy? We have to establish a working definition. Let's say we have a manufacturer and there's a product cycle that goes from raw materials, production, consumption, and so on and so forth. For the last 15 years, we've been living in the economy of recycling. We generate a lot of waste, but we are looking for solutions how to deal with that waste. As an environmentalist, I don't believe in sorting off waste when it's the only measure, because the better our lives are, the more waste we generate. What do we do in order to avoid waste? It's not a natural phenomenon. It's a result of our consumption. Are we doing enough not to generate so much waste? We don't talk about a lot, because sorting of waste is a part of economy of recycling, but it's not enough for now. Circular economy is about how we produce, consume, and live in order to avoid waste whatsoever. The circularity of Lithuania in the context of the world. On average, in the world, more than 100 billion tons are extracted natural resources and use them. But how many percentage of those materials come back to the cycle? Is it 5%, maybe more, 20%, 30%, 3%? The circularity indicator in the world is 7.2%. We retrieve less than 10% of primary materials, and the indicator of circularity every year is decreasing. Despite investing, despite paying attention to that, why is that decreasing? The answer is simple. The level of consumption is increasing. And it's increasing so rapidly that other efforts of ours are not enough. We're simply not doing enough. Another slide. The Lithuanian percent is 3.3%. And we have 24% with the Kingdom of the Netherlands. They don't have a lot of land, and it's very expensive, and they put a lot of effort into this area. Norway, 2.4%. Oil extraction, fossil fuels, that's why the number is so low. 3.3% in Lithuania. It's a low percentage. It's because we have 4 incineration plants in Lithuania. In Sweden, 3.4%. Why is that the case in Sweden? Maybe that's a mistake. but they also import waste and they establish incineration plants. According to scientists, mere numbers are not enough, but according to Eurostat, according to the data from 2021, Lithuania's circularity indicator is 3.2%. So maybe the number is credible. Circular economy in cities. Why do we talk about cities and circular economy? I have participated in a very interesting process initiated by the European Commission. They were a working group and they were trying to implement a document, Urban Agenda for EU. The Amsterdam Pact was signed and there were 12 areas which require the changes to be implemented at a municipal level, not at a macro level, but locally. And those 12 areas touch upon digital transition and many other topics. And one of the topics was circular economy, and there were working groups from different stakeholders, and we had a task to prepare priorities about what should be done in order to achieve certain change. The European Commission said that the implementation of circular economy has to do with the smart usage of resources. And cities and regions, especially cities, can actually manage that consumption of resources. And we can achieve more change in municipalities rather than at national level. We prepared action plan, a 12-step action plan, and my presentation, I think you receive it. I have included a lot of links to a variety of documents or websites or information that could be the use for you. There's a lot of information in my slide, and I hope you can use it for your own benefit. All those instruments are based on 3 problems. We need better regulation, we need better funding, and we need more knowledge. Better regulation covered legal acts on managing waste, about the changing the definition of the concept of waste, in certain countries, especially in the Southern Europe, the usage of waste is an issue, and tax incentives, support for various activities. We identify the obstacles preventing us from better regulation, the good practices, and we prepared a very clear guide how to prepare cities' governance and how to promote grassroots initiatives, how to enhance innovation, certain steps that municipalities could take in order to achieve change. There are several links on initiatives how to encourage circular economies, and another publication that is very useful, better regulation of circular economy for public authorities. How can I implement those decisions so my region, city, municipality could take up certain circular economy initiatives? One of the examples is that many municipalities participate in a variety of projects, for example, driving urban transitions. And in this project, we are creating for small and medium cities certain strategies how to achieve circularity. And one of our partners is Jonava District Municipality. And we are analyzing their situation in order to analyze the flows and find areas that could be improved so the municipality can be a good example for the whole region, and municipalities should take leadership in this area. So we can identify our possibilities to achieve improvement, and I'm happy that Jonava is participating in it. Let's move on to better funding on the European level. We talked about the European funds and how they can be made accessible to cities. And I would like to promote our work, our collaborative work on Circular City Funding Guide, which we prepared with the European Investment Bank, and we have systemized information for various levels of projects about the possibilities of support for cities. There's this database which also includes the good practices and good examples. So it's a great resource to know and learn more about the funding available. The third very important thing is better knowledge, because the lack of competence and understanding of the ways how circular economy can be used to develop the whole region. And we initiated the establishment of physical centers that would give birth to certain initiatives. We prepared guidelines for cities, and in Helsinki, in Rotterdam, they have a position in municipalities, a person who works as a middleman for resources. Someone needs resources, someone needs ways, and there's a person that manages the process, and he manages the flows of materials in the region. Helsinki resource broker said that he managed to use companies who used soil. As the resources are getting more and more expensive, these resource brokers are very important. Then several examples include Circular City Portal for the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. There are a lot of initiatives. You can find good examples. You can find colleagues. This is my recommendation. Several other publications is a roadmap Silk Road Efficiency Management Plan. It includes buildings, abandoned abandoned buildings. We don't have a lot of those abandoned buildings in Lithuania, but there are many of those in the Western Europe because it's a resource of a city, and these are very good publications. Urban Resource Centers is a very interesting initiative widely spread in Europe and in our country. Change needs to take place somewhere. We were talking about industry quite a lot, but 98% is of the business is small and medium-sized businesses. And industry is usually resistant to circular economy, while small and medium-sized businesses see it as an opportunity to satisfy the consumer's need without having to invest much. So we talk about environmental benefits and social benefits, created jobs, increased quality of life, generating new ideas, co-working, and emergence of new industry sectors. This is Oslo in Norway. There are spaces for a community to repair things, to trade materials and things like that. In Copenhagen, we have Recycling Station 2.0. It's also an innovation hub for local startups, repair workshops, exhibition venue, training resources, and so on and so forth. This is Vienna, Austria, as a second-hand shop. And people can exchange and trade their goods, and education training courses take place. People can repair their products, and it attracts the community that and the people are learning from each other. In Kaunas, the project Pop Machina is being implemented, and there's a circular makerspace, Kaunas Circular Economy Innovation and Creative Workshop. People can test their business ideas. They can produce their prototypes for the products. They have ideas for this Pop Machina have different machines, and people can register and to produce their prototype products. It attracts a wide community. There are many young businesses that further develop into larger companies, and the municipality of Kaunas has been running the center for 3 years, and it's always full of people, and it's a very successful project. And there's a space, there's equipment, but we also need knowledge and competences. And there's a project undergoing circular spaces. It's taking place in Kaunas. And we are preparing guidelines and a variety of methodologies in order to establish more of such centers where municipalities can receive support in case they want to establish such a center on how everything needs to work. It's a certain support package for these circular economy creative hubs. And to conclude, my question is very simple. What can I do tomorrow if I want to start with something? It's impossible to know everything. It's impossible to follow all information. But what we all need is one good contact which could help you to navigate the situation and to translate very high-scale European documents and to implement them into local, smaller communities, because there won't be a global change unless 8 billion people make their individual changes, because the sum of those little changes will be the driver for the global change. You can see my contacts in the slides. I hope you received this material. In case you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer that. So I wanted to provide you with a lot of information. If you are interested into something, please do not hesitate to ask, and I will be ready to assist you on your way towards sustainability. Thank you.
Ačiū labai Visvaldui. Gal turim klausimų?
Thank you, Visvaldas. Would there be any questions at this point? Yes, please. Good afternoon. My name is Gintautas Matkevičius. I am a consultant in public energy sector, and we're working with social business companies. In September, we participate in a major event on social business enterprises held here in the Seimas. I don't see Mr. Bagdonas present here. He was present there. And we talked back then about the emergence of funds from different European programs for social business enterprises. But whenever the programs end, funding suspends as well. Once the project is done, it basically dies out. Those are very unsustainable projects. Well, maybe you have similar problems as regards sustainability in particular. Thank you for your question. Well, I believe we should stop giving out fish to everyone and instead giving out fishing rods to everyone. Our center has been established with the help of Horizon Europe, and it continues with its activities. And if we are talking about these kinds of business initiatives that are born out of small initiatives and people have to sustain their jobs, these are businesses of the circular economy where entrepreneurs are working it. If we're giving them the chance to earn the money with what they do, when it comes to support, it's usually the case that we're giving out fish instead of thinking as to how we can hand over fishing rods to those people. Because whenever we run out of fish, people are forced into starvation because they don't know how to deal with the situation further on. So we have to offer some good ideas, and we should adopt a bottom-up approach. We should come up first with an idea. If we create jobs, resources are found along the way. And whenever we finish some kind of project, we just put it back in the drawer and forget about that. Yes, Gintautas, please. Please turn on the microphone. The interpreters cannot hear you. The microphone is off.
Nesigirdė, atsiprašau.
Yes, sorry, I will repeat that. To my mind, since there are many representatives of municipalities, I have to say that it would be a good idea for municipalities to support these circular economy initiatives through local steering groups, so that those ideas are developed to a higher scale. What about the representatives of Mažeikiai municipality? What could you say? Well, as for our work with communities, we don't do anything in that respect, but we are using public funds in order to build our second-hand processing center, so that our local residents could bring in their no longer in use equipment, where it could be recycled further on. But as for further engagement with communities, local communities, we don't do anything major in this respect. And when it comes to our municipality, it is very difficult for our residents to recycle because our residents are scattered across the municipality in a way that it's difficult to ensure the collection of of waste to be recycled from the residents. Thank you very much. And now to deliver our next presentation on open data, we would now like to give the floor to Mr. Vadimas Ivanovas, Head of the State Data Governance Information System Division at Statistics Lithuania. He will talk about open data platforms and their importance for municipalities. So please, Vadimas, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. My name is Vadimas Ivanovas. I represent the Statistics Lithuania. I will try to speak slowly. And my purpose today is to present to you the recent changes into the legal regulation as regards the opportunity to access data used for decision-making by public and municipal institutions and beyond that. In my presentation, I will focus on several aspects. That is the state data economy and the scope of it. I will then move on to some legal changes in this respect, as well as the conditions for repeated use of data. I will then present to you the opportunities and capabilities of a state data platform. And then I will finish with the currently available opportunities available for municipalities. So as for the public data, so in line with the recovery and resilience funds, we have been trying to connect all our registers available into the state data pool and to open up data from different systems. The main purpose of this is to make an inventory of the public data systems so that we facilitated the public sector, not only the public sector, but also the society, to have access of certain open data, be it in line with the public interest or other interests. We've started this work a year and a half ago. We've grouped the data available in terms of the different sectors, such as health, environment, and so on. The list of the topics is not very specific, but when working with data managers, we've been trying to work in an integrated way. We worked with the healthcare specialists, with the energy data managers, and so on and so forth. So what we've learned in the process. So as of yesterday, we've now have a scoreboard available to anyone in our society. And once you get my slides, you'll be able to see that in greater detail. So we've communicated with a total of 1,100 public institutions. We've identified over 1,000 internal databases used by municipalities, ministries, public institutions, the office of the Seimas, and other public stakeholders. And we've opened some of those systems for the public. So you can see those figures related to that. The general aim of our project was to get access to 323 systems and open them, but we realized when we started our work that there are thousands as opposed to hundreds of those systems that were not available to everyone. But we didn't have any centralized information on the availability of the entire list of those systems. So why are these institutions agree to cooperate with us and open their data with our assistance? So certainly legal regulation comes into play. Whenever it comes to the use of data, we must rely on certain legal regulation, because data usually deals with personal data, business data, with certain commercial secrets. And so legal regulation have to change in order to open up some of that data. As for repeated use of data, let's say when we treat a person in a hospital, we are dealing with primary collection and use of the data. And then the repeated use of that data refers to the use of the initially collected data and taking it to the next level and using it further on in the treating process. So data has to be used, and we try to make sure that data is being used for research and innovation and for economic growth. And facilitated legal regulation enables repeated use of data. So as for the changes in Lithuania, those changes took place within the last 3 years, and the State Data Agency has become the top coordinator, enabling the access to public data so that data could be used repeatedly. Certainly, if we were to look into the timeline, we would understand that it was the pandemic that kickstarted this process. And so in due course, the State Data Agency has become a centralized institution assisting other public stakeholders to open their data in the event where those institutions do not have their own capabilities to open that data. Because there are certain institutions that are fairly capable of opening their data to the public, but not all of the institutions have the technology available to ensure the openness of their data, or they lack the competences necessary to open their data. So based on the legal changes, the State Data Agency is making sure that the public data is made open to the public everywhere where it is possible. The State Data Agency has become the main coordinator in charge of repeated use of data coming from the healthcare institutions. So the agency is communicating with all the stakeholders of the healthcare sector so that the data is made available for, let's say, scientists that are conducting research into healthcare and so on. As of 2023, the law on official statistics and governance of public data came into effect, which legalized the repeated use of data from one register and its use into another register, which facilitates the monitoring of different processes and contributing to certain analysis. So moving on now to the examples of repeated use of data. Once again, I would like to repeat myself that these legal acts are currently effective. They speak of the repeated use of data. To be exact, Repeated use of data basically refers to the repeated use of data collected by other public institutions so that the analytics or data analysts could use the data from the different public institutions. Repeated use of data is currently available in different formats. First of all, whenever we talk about open data, that is available through the open public data gateway. The state digital solution agency is in charge of this gateway. Or let's say when, let's take Vilnius as an example, when a municipality opens its data through its own portal. Since this is the data that is not personal, or this is the personalized data, they lose certain value. Access to open data is ensured through a national web portal where you can see how much of that data is standardized, automatized. You can find all sorts of data that would be useful for the development of your business. There are also different instruments enabling ordering of the opening of data based on the law on the right to receive open data. So based on the law, any municipal stakeholder has the right to request the opening of data, certainly without violating the right to confidentiality. This is the duty that is subject to every stakeholder in the public sector, so do not be surprised if you receive such requests to open data. Let me give you now some of the examples of opening data in a different way, not through different scoreboards, but through visualizations. These are some interactive scoreboards that depict certain phenomena. Here you can see an example of opening school data from one particular school and the distance of the school pupils that the pupils need to take in order to reach the school from their homes. These are also parameters that were collected from the National Education Agency in their register. From the same scoreboard, we can also get the information on the share of pupils and the territory they cover, pupils that can reach the school within 15 minutes. And on the right, you can see the share of pupils that can reach the school with a vehicle, be it a private car or public transport. So this gives a chance to demonstrate all sorts of capabilities, and all of this is done with the help of open data. Another example is related to the waiting lines to visit a doctor. So we've looked into the available data in order to find out how long does it take to visit one or other doctor. The data was open since 2023, and so we can see that, well, before that, polyclinics, hospitals did not provide the opportunity through State Data Gateway to find that information on the availability of doctors, but following the request to provide this kind of data, we were able to learn how much time does it take to get to one or other healthcare specialist. So this is also a means of motivating service providers to get engaged in different institutions, in initiatives. This is another scoreboard on the vaccination of population. This is a map on the election of mayors. It's a very interactive map. You can select different municipalities and learn how does an average voter, what is the profile of the average voter in one municipality and how he or she compares with a voter in a different municipality. So you can use that data for your own purposes. Another website, smallsoilers.lt, provided by the Ministry of Environment. This is an initiative in cooperation with the Office of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania that provides information on the permits to cut forest. So this is a convenient way to learn what is happening in your neighboring municipality, which also serves as a tool to motivate you to take to some public action. And so this initiative helps to ensure the effectiveness of your public action. This is another scoreboard that provides information in a convenient way on the different phenomena in the Vilnius municipality. This is another example of open data. When data is provided to professional users, these are geo-based data. Oh, there are all sorts of techniques to provide that information. This is the map of the census, demonstrating the density of the population. And for example, if we layer this information and see, let's say, how our pharmacies are being scattered across the territory, we can see how businesses can develop further based on the currently available network of pharmacies within a particular territory. And so this gives you some information to analyze the situation of the businesses working in the area. This is another information that I found online as well, a case of using open data. When Vilnius municipality tracks, with the help of sensors, the bicycles that cross the bike tracks, and so those sensors enable tracking the intensity of the movement of bicycles on certain cycling tracks. This is from the month of March and the month of April, and based on the days and the hours within the day, it shows even the hours, you can see when those particular cycling tracks are the busiest. And all of this is done with the help of open data. So even businesses can find some practical applications of this data by assessing the busyness of those cycling tracks and plan their services with this in mind. Opening of data also promotes an active and engaged society, which monitors the export of illicit exports into Russia. Open data basically promotes socio-analysis. In other words, the emergence of experts within society that analyzes this kind of particular data and raises certain issues that are of relevance for the entire society. Now, this is another example I've traced on Facebook. when open data is used to assess the most comfortable conditions in the cities of Lithuania. This is a more attractive example of those. Now let us move on to the cases that meet the analytical needs of public institutions and municipalities. This is where we are referring to the law on official statistics and public data governance. And this is about data that is more precise but not entirely open. This is the kind of data that cannot be fully open without violating confidentiality or business secrets. And analytical tasks cannot be fulfilled without accessing that kind of data. The laws currently provide for certain exceptions for accessing this kind of data whenever it is requested. But when it comes to innovation development, and it is not a public institution, but rather innovation startups or public institutions, they now have the right to gain access to more of this data. As for some examples where such data could be used, let's say where such data could be needed, well, let's take the monitoring of the dynamics of the spread of a particular disease within a specific territory. Certainly, we can take COVID as an example. And it was then that we managed to gain access to a lot of very valuable information. We can also look into, let's say, the information on the specialists that are mostly visited by medical students. Or let's say we can look into the age of the drivers that get into accidents and how does their age correlate with certain aspects of the car accidents. These are just some of the theoretical examples, but let's look into the practical ones. You can find the links to publications where those examples are presented. Maybe some of you will remember a case when the rules on technical certification of a vehicle have been strengthened. If the mileage of a car has been changed, the driver might be subject to certain repercussions. We know that we now see that following the opening of data into this particular field, we were able to track the situation into the technical certification of vehicles and how many of those vehicles were certified. And the politicians from this statistics strictened the rules after learning that the mileage of vehicles was being changed for a while. This is another example on the statistics of credits that are taken by the people. From the data opened, we were able to learn how many of those that have taken out some loans
actually live on some kind of income. And the open data has enabled us to find out that 63% of those that take out loans don't earn any official income. So this kind of information helped us to clarify the rules for bailiffs, enabling them to retrieve the funds owned by these people. Another practical example connected to renovation. There was an initiative to reward the defenders of independence for their sacrifice and dedication in protecting the independence of Lithuania in the form of compensating for the renovation of their residential building. Oh, sorry, there are some problems connected to the conversion from PDF file. In any case, it was first estimated that there would be in total about 30 people that could use of this incentive. But once the data was analyzed, the registers revealed that there would be hundreds of people that would be entitled to receive this kind of compensation. And so this allowed the politicians to have an estimate as to how much of a burden this would be on the budget if the legislative amendment for the compensation would be introduced. Certainly, if it were 30 people, that's not that much. But when the initiative covers thousands of people, including businesses, the burden on the budget might be much heavier. And this brings me to the final part of my presentation as to who can the municipalities approach in order to get the open data already connected in some registers. For example, non-typical migration of pupils, how pupils migrate from one school to another. And this allows municipalities to monitor certain schools and take respective decisions, or at least learn about the reasons why certain people tend to migrate from one school to another. Maybe it's due to the lack of certain teachers, or maybe the classes there are too full. So different phenomena that can be observed thanks to the opening of data. Here you can see pupils' attendance. This is from a part of Alytus city with 4 schools available on the map. You can see the attendance in terms of classes, comparison with the average figures. This is the kind of information that helps in making a decision whether or not to choose the school or not, because attendance certainly is an indicator of certain issues faced by the school. This is information related to the evacuation plans to be prepared by municipalities, and so this information is connected with the registers providing information on the coverage of the territory by the people with disabilities, by people that do not have any relatives or close ones living nearby that could take care of them. And so we merge all of this information with the available shelters.
and the distance that has to be covered for the people, let's say, with disabilities or for the seniors to reach the nearest shelter in the event of a evacuation or crisis. These shelters are specifically customized for the needs of persons with disabilities. And so this is a handy tool for municipalities that are planning evacuations. By the way, we should thank the municipality of Klaipėda in delivering this instrument, because it was them that requested the opening of data that would contribute to helping them in delivering their own evacuation plan. And that's when we realized that every municipality in our country needed this kind of instrument. Another example is connected to the CO2 emissions based on the register of immovable property and the data available there. We managed to train a machine with our own algorithm. We've entered certain energy efficiency related information on the buildings within a particular territory. And the CO2 emission indicators based on the location of those buildings. We've looked into the heating consumption in specific streets and so on and so forth. And so these were just some of the scenarios or opportunities available for municipalities with already open data that municipalities can use. If you lodge a request based on this data that is open, we can build certain instruments necessary for you. So how does this work? So we are using a Palantir Foundry based platform, one of the most modern ones in the market and worldwide actually. We facilitate the conditions for different municipalities for the municipalities to use BI instruments. It does not require any competence. All you need to know is what will you do with that data. If you have some experienced data engineers, you can even use Python R programming code. You can use machine learning models, or you can use ChatGPT, Mistral, or other tools, platforms, analytical tools that can be adapted to your needs. This is just some of the examples how you can manage data flows. And within our own lake ecosystem, we now have over 7,000 of different integrated scoreboards with the data coming from different stakeholders, ministries, municipalities, and so on. So I will end at that. Thank you for your attention, and maybe you'll have any questions.
Matau, Gintautas.
Yes, I see Gintautas is willing to ask a question. Good afternoon once again. Thank you very much indeed for a very interesting presentation. This was the most impressive one for me so far, since we are finding ourselves in a forum of a community that is net zero city based. We have to admit that there's a problem that we are dealing with. That is, we are not aware of the CO2 emission rates for our municipalities, nor the level of our absorptions. We are using this data in our discussion, but whenever we need to be specific about the situation in our municipalities, if we were to look into sector-specific emissions, let's take district heating. We are producing heating for our residential buildings, but we are incinerating waste in other facilities. Well, I look in Ukmergė municipality in particular, and the CO2 emissions in the agricultural sector, in the industrial sector in that municipality in particular, but the municipality as such does not have the data on those CO2 emissions within the territory, and we should have that data available as a starting point for our next decisions. Thank you.
Tai turbūt, kaip pažadėt kažką dabar galiu, bet...
I can't really promise you anything, but I have a comment. If state data agency in this process has a role of providing primary data. In case there's a team of analysts in a certain ministry or a municipality council, and maybe if they had ideas how to apply and use that data from all state systems, if there is an analytical task, then the data can be provided. Currently, the bigger challenge is to find people who can ask the right questions and they can use data to provide answers for those questions. So at this stage, data is open and we have a platform, we have the tools, we need just people and working hands who can work with that open data. This is my comment. Of course, we are producing statistics and the indicators are constantly changing based on a variety of factors, but they are changing very slowly, and they are changing at the initiatives of the European Union initiatives. But in this case, if we want a rapid solution and rapid results, if you have a team of analysts, yes, of course, we can provide you the data. Thank you. And for the last presentation, I would like to give the floor once again to Ms. Ignacio Garcia Vega. And after that, we will have a question and answer session.
First of all, I think I would like, before we end, because this is the last session, to thank all the translators. They are doing a great job. Thanks to them, we are also understanding a little bit all your presentations and all the local initiatives that you have. There are quite a lot. And I'm going now to explain a little bit some of those initiatives as well at European level. I think the first one you already know, you have been already talk about it, is the Net Zero Emission Climate Neutral Cities Initiative. Then the Living in EU movement, and then what are the funding opportunities at European level. I don't want to repeat some of the messages, so I think, Vadimas, thank you very much for all the information about open data and the data strategy. I think this is really one of the key success for the digital strategy of every municipality. And also, Bisbal, I think that was really good to know what are all those initiatives that you have at national level, and that we don't have to repeat everything from scratch, and we can always get benefit of the leaders on those initiatives and replicate those best practices for smaller communities that does not have enough resources to set up wider strategy, no? And this is why I would like to talk about the Smart City mission. Right now we have 2 Lithuanian cities within the 112 climate neutral cities. One of them is Tauragė and the other one is Vilnius, as we have been commenting before. This doesn't mean that all the other municipalities cannot move forward with the support of the European Commission. It's the other way around. So we have these leading communities and municipalities that are doing great effort in order for others. So they are the front runners, and they should be also an example for those less prepared cities and municipalities that want to get on board on this journey. There are 104 cities being supported by the Net Zero Cities pilot program. There are many examples of collaborations, of pilots that can be replicated, both for more developed and less developed municipalities. And I think it's a good source of information for all of us to get inspired and to analyze how other cities are implementing innovative approaches for rapid decarbonization. As Visvalda was also commented at national level, you have a lot of initiatives, but also at the European level, you have this kind of repository and support ecosystem through the Net Zero Cities pilot series. Just not to go over a lot of information, you can also become a twin city. Being a twin city within this mission is that you can follow, you can replicate best practices from other communities, and you will have the support from the European Commission to do it. So the main message is there are a lot of initiatives. We are overwhelmed with a lot of activities, supporting programs, information. Now it's time to begin to deploy small pilots and try with those pilots to move forward towards the climate neutrality. So this is about the Smart City mission. That is one of the main strategies of the European Commission. And there is another movement that is called Living in EU. Sadly, Gabriela Ruseva, that is the leader of Eurocities, and this movement at the European level is not available today to attend in person, but she recorded a video. So she will introduce this movement as it's a European movement to bring all those examples on both digitalization, circularity together and have a common forum where you can find a European ecosystem to work together. So, Chris, if you can play the video.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to present today the Living in EU movement, a key EU initiative on digital transformation of European cities and regions supported by the European Commission and the European Committee of the Regions. My name is Gabriela Ruseva, and I'm very pleased to be with you, even though not directly. I work for Eurocities and I'm coordinating this amazing initiative. What's Living in EU? Living in EU is a community of cities and regions committed to a sustainable digital transformation which leaves no one behind. We bring together local and regional leaders who recognize the potential of technology to enhance quality of life in their towns, cities, or regions. We support communities of all sizes, and by communities here I mean villages, towns, cities, metropolitan areas, regional governments, and of all levels of digital readiness, to understand and adopt technology as a tool to solve the challenges they are facing. We enable collaboration, sharing of smart city strategies, and reusing of solutions to avoid reinventing the wheel. The collaboration is based on a political declaration called Join, Boost, Sustain, which defines the principles of sustainable digital transformation. which should be citizen-centric, technology that serves your city and not an end goal in itself, data which is managed on ethical and socially responsible way, and platforms which are interoperable and based on open standards. This might sound a bit too general, so let me explain what do we do concretely and why, as cities and regions, you should join us. For 3 reasons. First, to be informed about development at EU level. Second, to share knowledge and solutions. And third, to access services and tools available at EU level. Why, as municipality or region, you want to be involved and informed? Recently, we have been hearing a lot about local digital twins, for example. We know that they are one of the main advanced technologies that can help cities achieve their objectives, for example, their climate neutrality. They clearly have a huge potential for supporting decision-making at local and regional level, for simulating scenarios and taking the best decision. Another emerging technology is Cityverse, which will use AI-based virtual reality application to improve citizens' interaction with the city, for instance, to facilitate consultation or to showcase planned urban challenges. Some cities and regions have been working on these technologies for the past 15 to 20 years, while others are only starting to consider them now. So there are still huge gaps, many open questions and obstacles to using this technology at large scale. These obstacles can be lack of awareness, cost efficiency, quality of the data, the legal framework, lack of interoperability. We try to shed light on the landscape, clarify the implications of EU legislation, such as the AI Act and the Interoperable Europe Act, look at funding programs, map capacity building resources, and technical specifications. The initiative also provides a unique platform for cities to collaborate, share knowledge, and access tools. You can check what solutions are being implemented by cities in, for instance, France, Belgium, or Italy. It's just an example, and get inspired and even reuse them. You can also share your solutions with other cities all over the EU. And last but not least, the initiative provides direct access to tools and services designed to help you accelerate your digital transformation. These tools and services, I'm going to talk about a bit later, will become part of the LDT Cityverse EDIC that you will hear about also during today's event. But Living in EU will continue to organize the exchange of information and to engage the community. It is like a compass for the cities and communities that want to get involved but don't know where to start. To facilitate collaboration and hands-on activities, we have 5 working groups. They correspond to the 5 commitments of the Joint Sustain Declaration that I mentioned earlier. And in each working group, experts from cities and regions share their experience and learn about the EU legislation, funding opportunities, local practices, technical standards. We invite experts in the specific topics from the European Commission, or legal experts, or technical experts, or researchers from the field, which provide expert knowledge and advice. Each working group has an annual work plan where the priorities of the year are defined, so what the group is going to work on, and organizes an average of 4 meetings per year. On this slide, you can see some of the topics that were in the focus of the working groups this year, such as the standard AR clauses for the standard contract clauses for AR procurement, the LODIMAS, the minimal interoperable mechanisms. We organize various events to keep members informed about the latest developments. So apart from the hands-on work in the working groups, we organize informative events and participatory workshops, stakeholder forum and supporter meetings. The last two formats are also where cities and where tech companies, consultancies, research institutes, associations, and other interested stakeholders can participate. The aim of those formats is to bring together the demand side, so the cities and regions, the public authorities, and the supply side, so the business side of the smart city market. Signatories of Living in EU have access to tools, as I mentioned, developed at the EU level, and currently, we have 5 tools in our catalog: the online procurement help desk, a blueprint for setting up a data space of the city, standard contract clauses for AI procurement, technical standards for ensuring minimal level of interoperability, minimal but good enough, which are called MIMS+, and the digital maturity self-assessment tool, LordiMass. As I mentioned, these tools will become part of the LDT Cityverse EDIC. But Living in EU will continue to support you as cities and regions to use them, because we know that it's one thing to have tools available, and there are many tools available, but a whole other thing to understand how the city can apply them in its own processes. We also collect capacity building materials for you, such as online trainings and resources on topics such as data governance, AI, big data, digital services, digitalization of administration, that you can consult for free and that you can filter through in our knowledge base. And you can also submit your own solutions through the stories submission on our platform so that you make your work known to others. I hope that by now I have managed to convince you that it is worth joining our community, which, by the way, is completely free. There are no financial or other obligations. So now I would like to explain you how to join. First, you need to get the political level on board. The mayor, deputy mayor, or responsible city councillor needs to sign the Join Boost Sustain declaration. Then anyone from the city administration, any expert, can register on our platform, start using the resources, joining the meetings and training sessions, and joining the 5 working groups. But we know that it may take some time for the political adhesion, especially in bigger city administrations. So in this aspect, the smaller ones have an advantage. So we welcome city experts to register on our platform already now. It is important to note that regional and national associations of municipalities can also sign the declaration, in addition to individual cities and regions. And the Finnish association, the Dutch association, the Spanish association have already done so. And the association has a role of facilitating the participation of its members. I would like to end with a call, with an invitation to you, all Lithuanian cities, to join Living in EU. Again, it's for free, especially if you are already participating in the online procurement help desk. It will give you the community, the ecosystem where you will receive further support. And the Lithuanian Green Municipalities Network can facilitate your participation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a productive rest of the meeting.
Okay, so thanks to Gabriela. It's a community, no? It's how we bring together all those resources within one community of municipalities and how to work together toward the common goal that you have. So now let's jump into funding, right? As well, we have been hearing through the different talks. There are many national funding opportunities, but there are also European funding opportunities that I would like you to make you aware of. And nevertheless, you might know that there will be training sessions after this one. One of those sessions will be on European funding. So we have been, well, let me explain and then we go into the details. You know, in the European Union, we have a multi-financial framework that is a 7 years budget of 1.2 trillion, 1,211 trillion euros. So it's quite a lot of money for all Europe. And in top of that, we have 806 billion euros from the Next Generation EU, so COVID-19 recovery package. This money is available to all the municipalities as well. So there are many funding opportunities around this multi-annual financial framework. But we will train you as well in some of them which are more relevant for municipalities. This funding are going to support you on your digital transformation and also on supporting your objectives of sustainable growth, competitiveness, and cohesion. One of the programs is Digital Europe program. It supports the development of digital infrastructure, so cloud computing, metaverse, digital twins, but also it is a program that supports the investment in new skills and training, focusing on making more efficient and accessible those technologies for the public administration. The second funding program that is quite relevant is Horizon Europe. It's a fund that is available for research and innovation, so less mature technologies and pilots that are related both with technologies but also with circular and net zero technologies or pilots. It also helps to test new scenarios and pilots for the public administration and public services. We have another one that is Interreg, that it promotes regional cooperation between different countries. And one of the topics that they fund is how to enhance digital connectivity and innovation digital services for you. Another program is also tailored to technical support to implement digital reforms into the public administration. This is the TSI. And then the last one is Connecting Europe facility that is more related to the network and infrastructure. So the IT infrastructure, if you want to invest in 5G technologies, if you want to invest in cloud computing purposes, then you can also co-fund with the Connecting Europe facility. So it is very important to know that in parallel to your national support on digitalization, I will go through it now, you have also European Union funding available. And this is very important to also analyze those programs as what are the opportunities. So what I did today to make it more practical is to list what are the main funding opportunities that are coming until February 2025 that you might be interested in. I will also like to highlight that a lot of the funding that has been already provided by the European Commission was done towards the champions, so the big cities. But now you see also there's a change in those funding opportunities toward less mature cities, municipalities, to rural areas, for example. So it's time now to also invest in other regions and to try to bring new pilots, new technologies, new initiatives on those. So here in this slide, you can see some of the opportunities. The first one is more related to the implementation of local digital twins. This is more for advanced cities like Vilnius maybe or Turec. This is closing quite close in November, and there are 20 million euros. The second one is support to the implementation of multi-country projects. So if you collaborate with other municipalities from neighbor countries, you can also request funding, 50% of funding, in order to implement those projects on implementation of new technologies. Then we have a new governance model for the co-design and construction of public spaces in neighborhood by communities, so crowd creation with the communities, let's say, and the European Bauhaus. These two calls already closed some days ago, 1 week ago, but you see there are opportunities as well to increase the impact from neighborhoods and small neighborhoods and communities around Europe. The last two rows of this table are activities and funding opportunities that you can take advantage of. There are open calls for pilot projects of around 3 million euros to advance in the development and implementation of your smart city data space. The first call just closed on the 31st of August, but there are two more coming. The next one is ending now in December. So if you want to invest in your data strategy, this might be a good opportunity to look into co-funding. And the last one is there are many opportunities like sitcom.ai, Communicity. You will have all this data on the presentation. They are also investing in new technologies for municipalities related to artificial intelligence, how to uptake artificial intelligence technologies, emerging technologies, let's say, to address the need of the communities in different areas. And if we look further, there are already some Horizon Europe topics that opened last week, and they are looking into towards sustainability in cities. The first one is how to rethink urban spaces towards climate neutrality. So when Vilnius was presenting, they were talking, for example, about the bicycle lane. They were talking about water management. So how can you rethink your urban spaces in order to achieve your goals, right? And this is open to collaborative project of at least 3 cities in both urban and suburban areas. That's what I pointed, that also is open to suburban areas, rural areas that want to start implementing this kind of new thinking. The second one is more related to pilot demonstrations of zero pollution cities. So we need, as you know, we have the objective of 2030 to become zero neutral cities. So so these pilot actions will support you in set up strategies to compensate and become climate neutral. The third one is about mobility management plans and behavioral change. That's a very interesting topic, right? So if we want to change from cars to bicycles, for example, as Vilnius was explaining before, then there is a need to co-design activities with a stakeholder and with citizens to engage with them. And the last one is also, I think, quite interesting for rural areas, is how to integrate those areas around big cities into this transition towards climate neutrality. Usually we have in these peri-urban areas a lot of industry, a lot of energy consumption, a lot of problems with transportation, for example. So the European Commission is going to fund pilot demonstrations with at least a collaboration of 3 peri-urban areas. All these funding calls are a significant opportunity to transform urban spaces towards climate neutrality. You might know that you need to collaborate also at European level with other countries in order to make use of those synergies that you might have. And That's why it is important to be part of the European ecosystem, like the Living in EU movement, the Digital Innovation Hub that our colleagues were also presenting today. So having also this presence at the European level, community level, in order to build all those projects with European stakeholders and twin cities or areas. So this was at European level, no? But then we have the Recovery and Resilience Facility, where part of the investment is also going to, well, is being invested in digitalization. Most of the investment, you can see there, the priorities were on data. So data is the soil of the new cities, as we were commenting before. Also about connectivity, fiber optic, digital infrastructure, 5G, cloud computing, as well as digital services for public administration, healthcare system, judicial system, etc. So there are a lot of these funds available, and if you see on these statistics, at least 30% of all the funds available in the Recovery and Resilience Facility for Lithuania are being dedicated to the digital transformation and green transition. So I wanted to finalize my slide. If you prepare, and related to my previous topic, no? Once you have your digital transformation and sustainability roadmap, you listed all the KPIs for your sustainable goals. You have your digital transformation to support these goals. You also have to have in place a good funding strategy, so you can look into the different investment programs in order to co-fund all those priorities in your roadmap. And that is a combination in between European resources, national resources, and regional resources. And having that in place is the way that you can start increasing the progress or pushing a little bit all your strategy to achieve the 2030 goals of sustainability. That is the aim of all of us as European citizens and communities. With this, I finish, Romualdas, so I give you the word. Thank you very much.
Dėkui, Ignacio.
Thank you, Ignacio.
Ar turim kokių klausimų?
Now, do we have any questions, colleagues? Or maybe there are any comments? In that case, I would like to take the opportunity and express my gratitude to the most patient ones who stay till the very end. We will be launching training with the representatives of the European Commission. The first one should take place on the 23rd of October. We will brief you on that during a separate notice. You will be introduced during the training to the funding opportunities, including those presented by Ignacio. You will learn where to register and where you can gain some benefit after putting some input. So thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a nice weekend, and I hope to see you next time in our future meetings. Thank you.